I need better phone mounts. Here comes that way. This is gonna work. It's gonna work. I'm gonna make it work. Well, bummer. I tried to make it work. Yeah, don't tell me about orientation, you stupid YouTube live stream. You know, you think with all the encouragement that YouTube is putting on content creators to get this vertical live stream system going, they might fix some of the problems with, I don't know, like maybe using external cameras. Stop demonetizing our horizontal streams. Because I could, oh, and if you're using an iPhone 15, let me vertical stream in 4K. You know, why does it keep giving you guys standard def? That's bullcrap, you know? How are you supposed to see what the hell's going on? They want us to use this vertical live stream to do like Princess Palace makeup beauty sessions? Fuck no. I want to show you guys how to work on cars. Alright, so we already got the system evacuated here with our AC service machine. If you're ever doing AC compressor work in a DIYer, you can do that yourself, not a problem. There's a lot of really good mom and pop shops that would be happy to evacuate and charge your system for you. Just be patient. This AC compressor is a piece of crap. We're putting a new one in. We're also going to be doing a control valve body, a battery, an oil change, and I think that's it. Oh, a brake light bulb. Ooh. It's already 5:40 Central Standard Time. So it's going to be a late one today. And I got a new microphone. Yeah. So well, Jake Walker, let's just go ahead and remove your message, okay? Put you in a little bit of a timeout there. I don't need that problem there. I'm sure one of my moderators are going to come in here shortly, as they always do, and people will start getting banned. So I apologize in advance if somebody says something that is offensive. I understand that people have nothing better to do than just troll other people because, well, their personal lives suck, and they have to make other people's lives hell. And again, I'm just sorry that the human race thinks that that's okay. You think that for everything that we work for in this world, people would find something better to do with their life than troll other people. Let's get a hood lamp in here so you guys can see. Do apologize if that first few minutes kind of had a bad attitude. Just been dealing with other people's bad attitudes today, and it wore me out pretty bad. But when I come online and I talk to you guys, y'all seem to cheer me up pretty well, and I thank you for that. Okay, I'm gonna get my confidence monitor up here and hope that my volume is working. Okay, I'm gonna get my... Perfect. All right, so I can hear myself on my confidence monitor. If the mic drops out, just let me know. I bought a new microphone because I think the other microphone was bad. We are going to be working on a 2015 Subaru Forester here. We're going to do a control valve body, and we're going to do a AC compressor. I'm going to be starting off with the AC compressor first, so that way I can run a evac, or I can vacuum down the system while I do the control valve body. Whenever I work on AC systems, it's one of my pet peeves to vacuum down the system for an hour. For some people, that might seem like overkill and very unnecessary, but if you understand if you understand the benefits of running a vacuum that long, then you'll understand. If you don't, I'm happy to explain it. So basically, over time, the freoning your automotive AC system, it will slowly leak out. There's nothing you can do. And the reason why it slowly leaks out, that's got some balls on there. Hang on, I'm gonna make a... Golly. Why is that on so bad hard? Like, it's rounding. Alright, let me find out why this thing is so crazy tight. I'm gonna get me a longer wrench. Oh yeah, somebody's definitely put the Ugga Duggas on that, so hopefully it's not dicked up. It's dicked up. God damn it. If you're offended if I curse, I'm not sorry. I curse. You do this job for a living, you will curse too. Alright. I'm not really happy that that AC bolt is already dorked up. We are going in angry right out the gate. Gee golly gosh. Okay, so let's go ahead and talk about our AC systems here and what's happening. So first off is, I don't want you to compare your residential home AC unit or your home appliances to automotive AC. For starters, they use completely different chemicals for the freon. And two, when those systems are sealed, they are sealed, they're brazed shut, meaning that they crimp the lines off and they weld them shut. On automotive, this stuff is fitted together with O-rings, okay? So this connection port here and this connection port here, they got rubber O-rings. Those rubber O-rings, okay, over time, through heat, they die, okay? They just get hard, they get brittle, they don't hold their size correctly anymore, and that gas slowly starts leaking out through these fittings. What I recommend to people who don't want expensive AC repairs, like this person right here unfortunately is suffering from, look at that, is every 30,000 miles or every 3 years. That's my personal reference. That's my personal recommendation. There's no book that says to do this. There's nothing in your owner's manual that says to do this. Every 3 years, 30,000 miles, you should get your AC system vacuumed down, meaning that you're going to have somebody with an AC service machine recover the freon, measure the freon, and if the freon charge is off by more than 10%, then you're going to want to inspect for leaks somewhere, okay? Because you could have a failing O-ring. At that time, it's very beneficial to change out all those O-rings. Those O-rings cost $2 a piece, but they will cost you thousands of dollars in damage, just because that chemical that they're supposed to be keeping in the system is seeping out. So 3 years, 30,000 miles, get your system evacuated, measure the freon, change the O-rings, and then you're going to want to put a vacuum on it. Now, the AC machine can put a true vacuum, a good AC machine, all right? Not this Harbor Freight junk, but a good AC, a good professional AC machine will put a true vacuum on the system, which goes down to 30 inches of mercury. That's like outer space vacuum. And any and all moisture that is in the system, when it's in a vacuum state, okay, when liquid goes into a when liquid goes from a pressurized atmosphere to a vacuum atmosphere, it changes from a liquid to a gas state, and that's how we're able to suck out moisture out of your AC system. So that's why we put a vacuum on there. You can't do that. You can't get like all the moisture out within 10 minutes, and there's nothing on these AC machines that would identify. You just have to have your own shop standard. So the AC machines, they're generically programmed to just do a 10-minute vacuum whenever you're servicing the AC system. I've learned from experiences and testing it that 1 hour seems to be the magic number. So when I'm doing AC repair on old cars, I will tell these people, this is going to take a little extra longer than your traditional shop because I'm doing it for this reason. And if you allow me to do it this way, you will see better, you will get colder air coming out of your AC. And folks, I've taken cars from like 2005 that people have been complaining about AC blowing lukewarm, even with a brand new compressor, a brand new condenser. Like they've had almost all the AC components getting replaced in them, and they're like, it still blows kind of warm every once in a while, especially when it's super hot. And they're getting told to buy tent. It says, well, let me put a long vacuum on the system. Wouldn't you know? It blows 10 degrees colder. So if you're in one of those situations, try that out. And realistically, a shop, I'm not going to tell a shop what they should and shouldn't be charging people, okay? But I really don't charge people a true extra hour of labor for putting a long vacuum on a system. And the reason is because when I put the AC service machine on your vehicle, the machine's doing all the work, not me. So I'll probably charge you like an extra 25, 30 bucks worth of labor just to put that long vacuum on there because I want you to have good AC. And if you own a garage or you're just a private AC guy and you want to make some shit hot money, that's how you do it. That is the magic. Any AC repair you do, 1 hour vacuum. Because you got to think about how long that system has been running with air, with moisture in it. Some people say that I'm talking crazy talk and 10 minutes is enough. Nope. I have gone back and I have fixed other people's work from other shops. And like I said, they replaced the condenser, they replaced the AC compressor, the condenser, the evaporator core, and they're like, it still doesn't blow right. They want me to look at it. And I say, yep, just give me a couple hours. And I just put a big 1 hour long vacuum on the system. And I say, check it now. It's blowing 50 degrees. They don't understand it. And I'll explain it till I'm blue in the face. And they still don't get it. They think the other shop screwed up. And I'll be like, the other shop didn't screw up. They just don't know these extra steps. Because unfortunately, some of the sciences, some of the chemistry that comes with automotive repair, they're not written down. They're not written down, they're not taught, the information isn't passed along, it's not in school books. You just get it from people like me who hang out with other curious entities, and we try and figure this stuff out and what's going on, and we try and understand the science of what we're doing here. So why is this person getting an AC compressor, if anybody's asking that? Well, I'm going to make sure first my microphone hasn't dropped out. I've had a problem with the microphone dropping out. Okay. Oh, hey, Fluffy's here. Yeah, well, yeah, Fluff is saying that, you got waiters, but you know what? And the metric that I have changed with my advisors when I work on cars, and it took a little while because advisors were they're like fucking cowboys, okay? They want to get the customers in and out quick. They don't want customers sitting in the lobby because they're scared to death of bad surveys. But I have trained up this new batch of advisors on how I do things, and I educate them, and they understand what I'm doing now. And if a customer gets feisty, I'll hand them the keys to their car and say, I'm not your tech. I'm not afraid to give keys back. And I've actually given away at least 10-hour tickets because of feisty customers. And that blows people's minds. But you know what? Those people that took those tickets, they lived with that customer. And they understood, after halfway through that job, they understood why I gave them that ticket. It's because I'm not putting up that customer's attitude. I got enough people who want their cars fixed correctly that they'll be patient and they'll be understanding. But I say I repair. I work by the standard. I don't work by the hour. If I'm doing a 3-hour job, I don't need an advisor going behind my back telling a customer it's going to be done in an hour and a half. No. And I have burned advisors for that too. I've literally burned advisors. Not to teach them a lesson, but they got themselves burned for doing that. I says, nope, you sold a 3-hour job. You sold a 3-hour job and you went behind my back and you told that customer it would be ready and half that time, you live with what you did. Go make your own bed. If you're a customer and you don't understand what I'm talking about, you need to understand that every time you pay for something to get done, there's a labor rate charge added to it. And that labor rate charge is an estimation of the maximum amount of time that it might take to get that job done. Henceforth, this AC repair, okay? This is going to be a 3-hour gig because not only am I replacing the compressor, I'm replacing all these O-rings in the engine bay, and then I'm going to put a 1-hour vacuum down on the system. We're going to have to get into the front grille, and we're going to have to change out some O-rings there too. Could I bust my ass and get this thing done in an hour and a half? Yeah, I could. But it still might take 3 hours. So that's just how I work and how I've always been with automotive. I don't like to be rushed. If you come behind my back as an advisor or as a manager and you're like, we got to go get this thing out, and I say, I've already quoted this much time, I'm on par to get it done, and you don't think it's good enough, that usually means that somebody between me and that customer lied to the customer and said that the job was going to get done at a different time. And you're going to lose. Because I'm not going to hurt myself, and I'm not going to risk the quality of the work that I'm doing for the customer to keep your lie afloat. So I'm not disrespecting anybody who was disagreeing with me in the chat or saying something else. I might be rambling on a little bit because I'm trying to work and trying to explain things at the same time. But the quality of my work comes above all else. And I think that the more that advisors and management and customers get that through their head, the less comebacks you will have. I just had a customer yesterday. They've been one of my preferred customers for years, and all of a sudden they just got a sense of entitlement. And I let it ride for a couple of times, but they were straight up disrespecting my shop, my advisor, who was taking everything they said with a grain of salt. I'm having a stupid moment trying to figure out why I can't put this damn belt on this car correctly. It goes down, then it goes up, and it comes... Oh, wait. I got this part backwards. I see it. And I pulled them aside, and we talked on the side of the shop privately, and I asked them if everything was okay. And they were kind of baffled, and I says, well, you're not really, like, I says, you don't normally talk like this. Or at least I don't hear you talk like this. And I says, is everything okay? He's like, there's something I can help you with? And I was hoping that they would just realize that maybe they were getting a little too hysterical, but it started blowing up some more. And they were coming on me. And this wasn't just venting. This was pure, like, anger. And I said, okay, I'm very sorry, but I'm not going to have a conversation at this voice level with you. I'm not yelling at you. I don't understand why you got to yell at me. And keep in mind, I didn't tell them that they were hysterical, and I didn't tell them that they were being rude. I just politely told them that this is a conversation that doesn't deserve any yelling. And I heard them out on their concerns. But the gist of it was, they were expecting some preferential treatment, so to say. They had an appointment at 9 o'clock in the morning to come in for a diagnostic, and they didn't show up until 4 o'clock in the afternoon. And of course, they want me to do the diagnostic. I told them I can't do it. I'm busy. I have another customer, and they're waiting in the lobby, and I won't have time for them at the end of the day, because it'll most likely be quitting time, and I don't want to give them false hope that I can figure it out in what little time we have left in the day. And it just broke their shit. Like their mind just snapped right there. So when I dismissed myself from the conversation, I just checked back in with the advisor and I told him, you can give them to somebody else, but I think we're done. I says, I'm not gonna entertain a customer that wants to belittle people for no reason at all. And I'm not asking this person to make an apology. I'm really not. I'm just asking that this person would have just understood the circumstances that they were asking and the position that they were putting people in. Those service advisors, they are paid to be nice no matter what, and they are paid to compromise to your inconveniences and try and make the best of a situation. But when you are just ass blasting them with nonsense and hatred and disrespect, there's only so much a human being can take before you don't want to be part of that situation anymore. And that's what I had explained. This, so like, I don't want to be part of this. I need to get away from it. I can't help this person today, and I may not be able to help them tomorrow because they said a lot of personal hatred things. They did a lot of disrespect. So if you can find somebody that wants to work with them right now, that's great. It says, but my schedule is booked tight for the rest of the week. I'm very sorry that they're going on a road trip, but I can't have them coming in having 5-year-old temper tantrums like that. You're a grown-ass man, 40 years old, you got a wife and 2 kids, and you're having a fucking meltdown? Like, the kind of meltdown where you see a Karen going, why can't you take my Walmart return? Alright, we're gonna get in, we're gonna fix these O-rings. There's a lot of dust right here, I'm gonna clean that off first. So, I'm sorry to burden you guys with that story. I really didn't mean to say anything about that, and I don't often tell customer stories, but that one really kind of got to me personally. And it takes a lot for someone to really just make me not want to work with them. And I've worked with a lot of Karens before. This is just a basic degreaser that I'm using. Just a watered down degreaser. I'm going to come back with some parts cleaner, clean it up. I just don't want any dirt getting into those AC fittings. Uh, as far as working things out, if you're having trouble with an automotive shop, folks, I understand. I have definitely been in your position. And I'm not bullshitting. I seriously have because we had a family car. It was a 2015 Taurus, and it had a warranty on it. Oh my god! Oh, there's this guy's problem. Who did this repair? Look at all this oil oozing out of the system. Look at that. That's way too much oil in here. Uh, yeah, folks, you can fry your AC compressors in your AC system by overloading the oil. But anyhow, back to my point. I So we had a family car, and I was a mechanic at the time. But obviously, um, we bought it with that warranty because it was cheap. But it was a Ford extended warranty, and I cannot tell you how difficult that Ford dealership was giving us with a runaround. And there was a couple of times where the wife and I had to just like walk away from the service advisor, and that gal was like, "What's going on?" I says, Oh, and I just kind of raised my hand to let her know I was going to say something. And then, like, I'm going to go lose my shit for a second around the corner, and then we're going to come back together and we're going to work this out. But I was extremely frustrated. One of the situation was the the wife's car had a P0420 for a catalytic, and I knew it needed a catalytic not because it had the code, but because I had done my own little diagnostics on it with the scan tool, and I says, "Yep, this cat is shot." So we made the appointment to get it into the dealership, and this car had like 79,500 miles. So it is on the cusp of the 80,000 mile federal emissions warranty to get that catalytic replaced. The car is in the shop, and it was there for a day, and nobody touched it. Nobody got with us or anything. So they didn't even give my wife a loaner. They just gave her a ride home in a shuttle, which she said she had to wait 40 minutes for an employee to give her a shuttle ride home. They didn't want to give her a lift home. And then she was home. Uh, she was being nice because she understands how the automotive industry works. People get busy, but it's 5 o'clock in the afternoon, and she's texting me. She's like, "Hey, I didn't get an update. Did they call you?" And I says, "No, I didn't get an update either." So now we're trying to call. Everyone's playing like, oh, like all the phones are busy. Like just stay on hold. We were on hold for 30 minutes, and then all of a sudden, uh, we're being told that our advisor went home. I'm like, wait a sec. The person you told me that was going to take my was going to take my phone call within 10 minutes has now gone home. Like, well, yeah, I guess they forgot. I was like, sounds like you didn't forward my memo. So I was like, you got to get me to somebody. My car is there. You didn't give me a car to work with. We got to go to work tomorrow. And of course, I'm getting the whole "there's nothing I can do" answer. So me knowing how dealerships work, I'm like, okay, well, I need to talk to the manager on duty. Well, there's no managers. I says that's impossible. I says you are not allowed to be working without a manager. You have to have a manager. I says so either that manager went home early for the day, and that means that I'm going to start calling your general manager or your vice president and let them know that your manager is not there for closing, or you're going to find me a manager on duty. Manager went home early for that day. That's pretty much what the story was. I was told through the grapevine of other technicians that he was one of those managers that loved to duck out an hour before everybody else and didn't just have his advisors cover his ass. But um, I was connected with the general manager who was there for the benefit. We very politely gave him all the facts, and that is very important of how you talk to these people. Give them facts. Don't give them a Harry Carey. Don't give them a Karen story. Give them facts, and that's what we did. We stated times. We stated communications. We stated phone calls, and um, I had his email on hand, and I said, "Hey, I'm gonna email you a screenshot of our phones, and it's gonna have your phone number with timestamps of us calling and being on hold, waiting to talk to this advisor, and us getting the runaround." So what ended up happening was that GM ended up having to send one of his sales agents out to our house with our car. All right. And he was like, "Yeah, we're taking care of everything. I have it here. I'm sorry nobody talked to you." And he says, "Listen," he's like, "it looks like we don't have anything on hand to fix it today. We have to order it. So I'm just going to have somebody drive you your car tonight. Can you give me a couple hours?" to make that happen. I says, that's fantastic. And he stayed in touch the entire time. Like, he was giving us texts every 30 minutes, letting us know that he's still on track to get it within there. So there was a beautiful recovery there. But where did this problem go sour? It went sour as in they closed out the ticket, didn't order any parts. It was a few days later that we are checking back in. Like, we came back within like a week. We drove into the dealership, asked with that car, and we are like, hey, we still have this check engine light. Nobody's following up with us. What's going on? And they said, oh, we don't have any record of you being here. I was like, are you kidding me? What do you mean? They deleted that work order out of the system. It was gone. It just vanished. So there was no evidence of us being there, which was really sketchy. And the family and I went on a big long road trip, and we put 500 miles on the car. So now the car has like 80,200 miles. So in that, because we went to Dallas for a weekend trip, and Dallas is pretty far away. So now that we're kind of getting a little frustrated, we're talking to the service manager, we're explaining the whole situation, we're showing them the phone call, the text with the GM and everything like that. And now everyone's playing incompetent. They can't help us. There's no record. They're like, yeah, we would give you a catalytic, but now you're out of your 880 because of this. So how do you fix that situation, even though you got them red-handed? Well, that's what the Better Business Bureau is for. We filed a complaint with the Better Business Bureau. And the Better Business Bureau was very, very happy to say that the messages that we had was enough to prove that our car was in the shop for something. And obviously there was something suspicious. And wouldn't you know that within a week of us filing that complaint with the Better Business Bureau, our work order mystically appeared. They're like, oh yeah, we found it sitting on a desk. I'm like, that doesn't make sense, but okay, just fix the damn car, Like, you're using a digital. I know what computer system you use. You can't say that you found the work order on a desk and everything now makes magical sense. And it doesn't work like that. Because a digital system means that you can still find it digitally in the computer. But we got through it, and we got through it because we kept our cool. It sounds like listening to me talk, it may sound like I didn't keep my cool, but trust me, we were very cool. We were very confident. We didn't call anybody any names. We didn't use any slurs. We didn't bash the brand. And we stuck to our facts. And we escalated it the best we could with the resources that we had. I will tell you that the worst thing you can do is just say, I'm going to sue you, or you're going to hear from my lawyer. Because the people that say that, the next words that I hear coming out of most people's, most shops' mouths is, okay, then our conversation between us is done. Have your lawyer call me. Like, they just shut that conversation down. So I don't like telling people to just go out and, like, I'm going to sue you or I'm going to do this. No. You can follow it up justly and keep a trail. When I talk to people, the people that we were talking to on the phone, the other thing that we were doing was I would let them know that I was recording the conversation. I also told them that I was going to send them an email about what we talked about. And they're kind of frazzled by this, but I was like, hey, like, I'm really good with documentation. And how this is going to work out here. They gave me O-rings, I think, that don't go to this car. 040. Let me check the size here. Yep. No, okay. So they mixed up my transmission O-rings with my AC O-rings. Damn it. All right, I figured it out. But yeah, folks, if you get stuck in a binding, you think you're getting the runaround, the best thing you can do is one, compile all your messages. And yes. Oh, perfect. Okay, thanks. Yep. Yeah, so let's look at these O-rings right here. This is a new one. This is an old one. You can see how it's misshapen. That's why I'm replacing it. So anyhow, basically, get all your facts, okay, and refrain from using any derogatory words or anything. If somebody said something that was offensive, try to say exactly what it was. Don't just generically say they were offensive. Well, how were they? Did they raise their voice? Did they say something derogatory? Did they make a racial reference? Something like that, and say exactly what it is. Because if you were offended by it, you will know exactly what those details are. So when we filed our complaint with the Better Business Bureau, we had all our timestamps, we had all our screenshots from our cell phones indicating that like we were calling this location, like these were phone calls of 20 minutes, and while we didn't have any recordings of talking to people, we did have phone records indicating that, we were doing something for 10 minutes with them for several moments. We also had our Ring camera that showed a vehicle, ours, being delivered at 8 o'clock at night, and there's a picture of their employee in their uniform from their dealership. So, yeah, things got straightened out very much, but it took a lot of effort to keep our attitude straight. And I know it's not easy, and you think nobody's listening, but I can tell you that the people who are working behind the scenes, they're talking to 15 people at once. So I always give them the benefit of the doubt that, yeah, maybe they truly don't know what's going on, and maybe they forgot. Maybe nobody took notes. So I was very helpful in reminding them of all the conversations that had transpired. So to say, I gave them an out. And when they didn't want to take their out, then I filed my complaint. And even before I filed the complaint, I gave them another shout out, and I let them know that I was going to make a complaint, in which case I was told, please do. I don't think they've ever had a complaint from the Better Business Bureau because I've never gotten so many phone calls back. I got a phone call from an advisor, I got a phone call from service manager, I got a phone call from general manager, used car manager. I mean, just every manager was checking in because obviously somebody got an ass chewing. Like there was apologetic emails, so, and I didn't want any of that. I just wanted to get that catalytic replaced under federal emissions warranty. All right. So I'm trying to get this O-ring on the front of the condenser. Sounds like the microphone's holding up a lot better now. Because nobody's screaming in chat that the audio went out. that's my best advice if you feel like you got a dealership giving you the runaround. Now, if you got a mom and pop shop giving you the runaround, you know, that can be a little tricky, okay? Because they're a character of different people. I have I have heard from a lot of mom and pop shops. They just told people to kick rocks. And there was really nothing that those people could do. Because I will say, when you're getting automotive work, when you go head hunting for the lowest bidder is the cheapest mechanic in town. You might get the worst problems out of that. Because just because somebody says they can do something doesn't mean that they're proficient at doing it. I had to let a customer go a long time ago because they kept coming into our shop and they were wanting to us to address concerns on their vehicle, and then they were like, okay, well, thanks for telling us what's wrong with the vehicle, and we want to come pick up our car. And then they would argue about the diagnostics, and they would somehow either get like a reduced charge on diagnostics, or they would not get charged anything for diagnostics. It was just insane. And they did this like 3 times to us, and then they finally came in on the last visit, and their car was like all kinds of messed up. And I'm withholding a little bit of information because I know that those people do. I think they have dropped in on this channel once asking for stuff, asking me for answers. But basically, they brought their vehicle back, and it was really messed up. It wasn't running right. The transmission was acting all kinds of weird. And I looked at it and I go, the same problem. I says, you guys didn't fix anything. I says, you took the car, and that's when we were talking to him, the advisor and the manager and myself were talking to him, and I pointed out, I says, hey, every time you come here, you ask me to diagnose something, and then you take it somewhere else and you get somebody else to do it for cheap, or you do it yourself. I says, but this one time, you didn't do what I told you to do. You did something else. I was like, you replaced the transmission in this car. He's like, well, yeah, that's what it needed. And I says, no, it didn't. Didn't need a transmission. And when they replaced that transmission, they boogered up the oil cooler lines because that transmission uses engine coolant to warm up the transmission fluid. It has a little pancake cooler. And they got all the lines crossed. So you had oil going into the transmission where the water should have been, and they had coolant going into engine oil. It was just a mess. It was a straight mess. I don't even know how that car was running for the 200 miles that they said that it did, but I told them, like, this entire long block is shot. I says, I don't know what you did, why you did it. I says, but everything on here is shot. And they were trying to make us pay for damages to their vehicle for misdiagnosing it. I was like, we didn't even do the work. And that goes to my other pet peeve of doing repairs, folks, is somebody comes in and they want something replaced. Where'd that damn bolt go? I put it. Sorry, I lost my train of thought. I put a bolt in there, and now it's gone. I see, I don't know why I did that. So yeah, on a regular occurrence, I have people who come in, they do their own diagnostics, and then they want me to do the work. And I'm very skeptical of what that stuff is. Now, some stuff is obvious. Hey, put these struts on, put these tires on. But when it's something engine related, something electrically related, um, if I can't validate that, yes, that part needs to be replaced within about 3 minutes, uh, I'll deny doing it. A lot of times I get people who come in and they're like, yeah, I had one person who says they had a 2010 Legacy, which uses a timing belt, and he wanted a camshaft position sensor replaced. And I looked at the advisor and I said, that's a 4-hour job. And that's a $250 part. He goes, yeah, he knows what he's asking for. I really, really think that we should tell this person we need to confirm diagnostics. I was like, because I'm not going to do this job and have this guy blow up in my face that the car still has a problem. So that came down to bad practice with the advisor, because the advisor should have immediately thrown up a red flag and said, you want us to do almost $1,000 worth of work on your hunch? Um, so, and most shops can't get away with having, you would think that you would think that if you just wrote on a piece of paper that says customer accepts repercussions of what they're asking, the shop could get away with it. No, that won't hold up in court. The court will come back and say you as a business should know better to tell that person, or you should just deny the work. I've read into that, and I've learned that through my business schooling. So I will, with confidence, just say I'm not doing this job if I think there's something fishy, or there's no justification to replace a part. So that car rotted here for a couple of days until the customer agreed. Because I told the customer, you can go. There's like 3 other Subaru shops um, within a half-hour drive. You're more than welcome to take your car there. Like, I won't take it personally, and nobody else in the shop wanted to work on this guy's car either. So after 2 days, finally the guy said, "Fine, diagnose it." I diagnose it and I say, "You have a bad timing belt tensioner. You don't have a bad camshaft position sensor." And it blew his mind. And all I got was a ranting story of how he has been working on cars for 20 years and this is BS, and he diagnosed it himself. And when I asked him, I said, how did you diagnose it? How did you diagnose that position sensor? And he's like, well, I got a code for it. I was like, in 20 years of experience, you didn't figure out that check engine lights are not part numbers? I'm like, buddy, no. So I had to teach him. I wasted 40 minutes of my day teaching him how to diagnose a camshaft position sensor. I don't know how that happened. I'm very sorry. So, so I told him, I was like, I showed him full evidence of what he needed and why he needed it. It just It blew his mind. He argued and he wasted a whole bunch of managers' times. I never got paid for the Diag, but I did hear through the grapevine that he did go to another dealership to get the work done, and the car came back for the very same reason that I pointed out. That shop took the bait. They took the bait. They did the job without validating if it needed it at all. And you know what they got stuck doing? They got stuck putting a timing belt and a timing belt tension around that car on the house. So, folks, I respect your ability to do your own handiwork, and I encourage you to do that. I respect your ability to diagnose your own vehicles, but truthfully, if you're paying somebody else to do it, and that person's business is responsible for warranting that work, whether you want it or not, whether you want that warranty or not, if that person says they don't want to do it, don't get upset. You know, there's terms and conditions for everything. At least once a month, I have a customer that comes in, and they are 100% confident they know exactly what's wrong with their vehicle. But when the repair is like super expensive, I will pull rank. And if you're an advisor and you're listening to this, you need to understand why a technician would pull rank. It's because we're foreshadowing that this is going to turn into a comeback, and it's going to be a waste of time for everyone, especially the technician. Because in the dealership world, the technician might get stuck doing something at a reduced labor rate, or maybe not getting flagged correctly or getting back flagged just to appease the customer. Because, folks, when you go back to a shop and you raise hell and you're excited because you're getting money back or you're getting free stuff, you have to ask yourself, well, who's paying for it? There's a lot of times where shops will just take it out of the technician's pay by making that technician do something for free. And you might think that that is wrong, but that is the reality of it. But you have to, in either position, if you're a technician listening to this, you're an advisor listening to this, you're a shop owner listening to this, you always have to take the high ground. You always have to mind your P's and Q's, not blow up on people. I know you're stressed out, and I know you think you might be losing a fight, but just stick to the facts. Keep a ledger of what's going on. I do that. I always keep a ledger. If I suspect something is going down, I will make an official memo of it, and I'll email it to my managers, and I'll let them know, like, hey, this is a situation that is potentially evolving to go bad. I want to let you know. This is an official notice of it. And you might want to call that like a "I told you so" memorandum, but it's just a little nifty trick I picked up with my time in the military. In the military, we are very, very diligent about keeping memorandums of things. All right, because in that business, it is definitely all about covering your ass. And one of the best ways that you can cover your ass is to let people know that you are covering your ass, i.e., documenting the situation. Don't try not to say it like a jerk or a prick or sound malicious about it. No, no, no. And that's not what I'm saying. Don't be malicious about it. Don't phrase it like you're blackmailing them, because that's not the message. You just let them know that, hey, I perceive that this situation on conditions A, B, and C might create a scenario of X, Y, and Z. I'm uncomfortable with it, so I'm letting you know. And if you worked in any kind of corporate world, this is a very common practice. And a lot of businesses, even big franchise businesses, they've never been schooled on that thought process before, and it scares them, and they think that you're doing something malicious. You're not. You're really not. You're preventing yourself from becoming uh, part of the problem because you're pointing it out. So if you're a manager and you have somebody who's doing that, don't be disrespected by it. Just that's what their intentions are. Normally, you don't have to pull this throttle body off to get to this valve body, but I'm just doing it because I want a little bit more room for you guys to see what's going on. What do we got on this battery terminal here? A rando bolt size. So now that we're going to be disconnecting some harness wires, I am going to take my battery out of circuit so I don't generate a code. And this car will get a new battery, as somebody has put some rando battery in here and it's got terminals that are backwards and whatnot. I don't know. I hope all that nonsense. I really don't want to bore you guys with all that grief and nonsense, but in today's Sue Happy America, I do believe that it is important for people to understand how they need to protect themselves against people who would abuse their position of power to keep them silent. Because, well, those people are out there. And whether they would do that maliciously or vindictively, maybe they just do it out of a survival skill because, they don't want to go down with the ship. I mean, I still have hard copy memorandums that are signed by me and peers from my days in the military explaining situations. I thought that was tight. That was really stupid tight. Today was a weird day. That's all I can say. Today was a weird day. There's just something in the air. And I just can't wait to go home and sleep it off and come back and start fresh. Because when you have a bad day as a mechanic, you can't let it muster into tomorrow. No, no, no. You just got to go home, sleep it off, and start the day new. You come to work holding a grudge, it's just you're just gonna keep getting bad days. There's no way around it. Oh, and in case anybody didn't see, the Streamlight Wedge. If you're a Streamlight fan, I'm a Streamlight fan, and I'm a fan of the Wedge. But when they first came out, they only came out in coyote tan and black. They got blue now. I like blue. I would have preferred like a high vis yellow. That would have been sweet. Snap-on's stupid for not getting a high vis yellow since that is their new signature color. But all in all, I traded in my other one and got this one. But if you're looking for a shirt pocket pen, the Streamlight Wedge is amazing. The battery life on it is fantastic. I like that it's flat, so it doesn't roll away. On the commercial side, like if you were to go to eBay or Amazon and try and find a wedge, you'll find them cheap, but you're only going to find a couple of the colors. The tool trucks, the jerks that they are, they have exclusivity on some colors like red and blue. It bothers me that Streamlight did that, taking advantage of people and colors. Okay, now it's turning. Good. Really? Just hate that when you get a bolt loose and you're like, oh, okay, cool, it's loose enough I can just walk it off by hand, and then all of a sudden it gets tight again. Like, don't do that to me. All right. So our ground bolt. I'll have to make this dude a new ground because look, it's starting to get kind of crusty right there. We're gonna lose it. Oh, we lost it. So I am 100% confident somebody has been in here. Yeah, finding all kinds of rando stuff. These bolts are just too suspiciously tight. Alright, so I need this out of the way. Okay, now I want to work on getting my dust cover off of this. So I got a 10 mil here and a 10 mil down there. So I didn't get a lot of the work that I wanted to get done today. There was just, I think maybe that's what's got me a little bit irate. I was really hoping to get further along in the day with some other work that I have. Because again, like I'm not taking new customers. I stopped taking customers Tuesday because my week was just loaded out with repairs that I have to get done. Like big heavy line repair stuff. I think I just hit too many damn roadblocks. Tripped over too many landmines. I need to just get a good night's sleep, come back strong. But I want to stay late and I want to get this one done because I really wanted this one out of the way. But I gotta get an Ascent transmission repaired. I have to pull a dash and a crash beam out of an Outback to fix an evaporator core, and that's gonna take me a long time. That is not, folks, that is not an easy job. Well, it is an easy job. It's just a labor-intensive job. And I was hoping to be 100% done with all my engine work by the end of today, so I could focus on that Outback all day tomorrow. I just don't like being behind schedule like this. I feel like I'm 2 days behind on the week. I'll drink some water and catch up on our chat. I haven't been paying attention to my chat, guys. I'm sorry. I'm gonna go straight from the bottom and hit about 10 things. Real mechanics don't wear Apple Watches. Well, I like my Apple Watch for starters, so keep your opinions to yourself. Secondly, I wear this Apple Watch because it's an emergency contact device for my family, because the majority of the time I keep my phone away from me so I don't get distracted and I can stay working, and also I don't want my phone to get damaged on the job. So if my family, for their special needs to get a hold of me, I'll at least get the page through my watch. So there are reasons for me having it, sir or madam. Unbleached. Hey, dude, I haven't seen you in a long time, man. Okay, Cozy says he's just giving me BS. All right, I accept it. Sorry, man. Late day. I took it a little too hasty. I apologize too for coming at you so brash. I'm not supposed to be doing that. I'm supposed to be taking the high road. I'm a high road person now. My days of being angry are behind me. Zen is my new life. Yeah, we're doing a CVT control valve body, Mr. Unbleached. But yeah, dude, I haven't seen you in forever. Where you been hiding? See here. Rose Gaming says, no hate, no Subaru. You guys are saying stuff too fast. No hate on Subaru, but any engine that bolts together is not good. It's constantly trying to push itself apart. Um, Sir, madam, you just described everything out there. Okay? It's called physics, thermodynamics. I don't know what the direction you're going with that, but I'll leave it at that. Okay? Yep, everyone's calling out. Yeah, we moved from the AC compressor. Now we're doing a valve body. David says Toyota had rally cars before Subaru. I don't follow the rally circuit that close, but I'm pretty sure they did. A lot of people had rally cars before Subaru. Dan says with all-wheel drive, you should be able to do insane driving. Uh, okay, folks. Well, the Subaru all-wheel drive system, it depends on the platform that you're working on. Okay. Um, the all-wheel drive system that's in an STI is not the same all-wheel drive system that's in a WRX, that's in a Legacy, that's in an Outback, that's in a Baseline Impreza. The way power is shifted forward to rear is different for every platform. Uh, and I'm just kind of paraphrasing that information. So the STI has an electronically controlled center differential, aka the DCCD. The WRX does not have a electronically controlled differential. It has a viscous clutch pack, which is induced by rotational speed, and it's known for going out. And you can't control, um, you can't do any kind of dynamic power flow from front to rear like you could with the STI. The STI can shift a dramatic amount of power from front to rear manually. The WRX, you just either get it or you don't. Same with the Outback. And then let's not talk. Then we need to go into talking about the rear differential setup, which is an open diff setup. So if you're going to do crazy all-wheel drive stuff, you're going to be doing it in an STI. The rest of the stuff, you're going to do some very fun maneuvers at low speed. Nothing high speed, though. But hey, I've seen these new Crosstrek Wilderness editions get into some pretty weird places, sneaking up on some Jeep boys. They can get out there if you don't load them down with a bunch of dead weight and luggage. That's the secret. We already had one person who got really upset with their Forester Wilderness because the transmission pooped out on them, and they were showing us pictures of where they pooped out. I was like, you have 4 people in that car, you have a roof tent, and I can see the rear suspension slammed. How much weight is in that car? And you want to know why it got stuck out in the middle of the woods? Learn. Like, that was a learning experience for them. Because they were all upset that there was a $1,800 tow bill to get them out of the woods. Okay, Lawrence Henney, not tracking. Maybe you jumped in here. He says this is against the law. They cannot charge you for comebacks. No, but they can hold you accountable for your work. If they paid you to do something a certain way and it wasn't done correctly, or you were doing the work and you didn't report something else that could hinder the work that you were doing, okay, meaning that you were paid to do a job and you saw, and now that you have taken something apart on that vehicle and you have witnessed something that could make your job, that could compromise the integrity of the repair that you were doing, it's your responsibility to say something and to note it. And the customer has to decline that repair before you move forward with any other repairs. No joke. For instance, let's say you're doing some let's say you're doing rear brake shoes, okay? You're changing out the shoes on the rear brakes and you see that the brake piston is leaking. Maybe not dripping, but you see some saturation around there, and you're like, whatever, wash it off. Because one, you already got the car, because maybe in your head you're thinking, hey, the part isn't in town, I got this car apart, I just want to get paid and I want to move to the next car. Well, you did that brake job, and now that leak is getting worse because we've changed the position of those pads because we got more brake material, and it turns into a comeback, but it's not directly related to what you did. All right, you only did brake shoes, but there is um, a brake mass. There's that brake cylinder that's leaking now a little bit more, and it's hindering the repair of your job from functioning correctly. Yeah, that could come back onto you as a comeback. It really could. And that's why it's really, really important that today's technicians are being educated on this stuff. And that's why I'm really, really happy to be working in a shop that has a video documentary service. So every work order that's generated for a vehicle, there is a cloud where I can upload videos to. I can upload a multi-point inspection video. I can upload a repair video. So if I'm tearing something down, I can take pictures and videos of what's happening. For instance, 3 months ago, I completely tore down an engine. Now, the customer only wanted head gaskets done, nothing else. But as I tore it down, I says, these valves, they don't look so good. They look kind of burnt. And I took pictures and I made a video explaining what my suspicions were, and I submitted a new work order to say I'd like to tear down these heads, but there's more labor time, and there's going to be more labor time and potentially more parts if I see something, because obviously if I have to pull out a valve to check and make sure that the valve guide isn't shot, to make sure that there's no wobble on it, I got to take out the springs, and I could compromise the valve seals. So I would encourage the replacement of valve seals, or I would mandate it in that position. Customer just says, no, 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 everything looks fine. Car was running fine. The head gaskets are leaking. Just replace the head gaskets. Okay. So we put a statement on the RO that said customer declines tearing down the cylinder heads for further inspection due to visual evidence that the valves could be potentially burned. We put the engine together, and he came back like a few months later with about 1,000 miles on it, and he was complaining that there was misfires and all kinds of things. And sure enough, now that that engine did, now that those cylinders were completely sealed up, 100%, those valves just got worked a little bit harder, and those valves were burning because they were all coked up with carbon, which is what we also told him too, and he didn't want to pay for any kind of carbon cleaning service. So if you got valves that are coked up and they're not seating correctly to the cylinder head, they're having a harder time to cool down. So they just stayed super hot, and you got a misfire. And it was kind of a big, hairy conversation explaining it all over again to the customer. But we had told him, he's like, we had told you what we saw, and like we encouraged you to like move forward with this inspection process to validate that there was nothing going to be mechanically wrong in it. And then he came out and he said, well, because you had the engine apart, you should have inspected it anyways. And we replied and we says, no, that was not in the original work order quote. I says, the quote was, you needed, I says, you had oil leaking and water leaking from your head gaskets. We recommend head gasket replacement. The job was quoted for that. Now along the way, we do visual inspections and we do inspect for things. We noted something that did need attention, but it required extra labor because it requires tearing down the cylinder head. That's labor. And says, you declined that. So unfortunately, the customer just went out. He took his car back and he went and had somebody put a junkyard engine in it. I'm like, the stupidest thing I've ever seen. And that junkyard engine ended up showing up here like a year later for head gaskets. I try my damnedest. I really do. I put all my effort into it. But sometimes when somebody doesn't want to hear something, they don't want to hear something. And when you tell somebody to proceed with repairs that are in the thousands and thousands of dollars, you should really, really take a moment and calm down and reflect and try to understand what they're saying. Because once that engine goes back together, like we're done. But I do keep a big evidence trail of every engine I tear apart. I Even if there's nothing wrong to report, I still take photos. So if I'm doing a head gasket job, I take photos of everything as I'm tearing it apart as a video evidence trail just to prove that I did my best to make sure that there was nothing wrong along the way. Like even timing chains. Like when I take the timing chains off, I will lay them out and I have a ruler on the ground and I take a picture. Um, you get a lot of free Google Cloud space. So I lay the work order, a ruler, and I lay a picture with those timing chains laid out, and I'd be like, those timing chains are fine. They're not stretched out. Because like our timing chains on our Subarus, they can go a very long time without getting stretched out. We actually I have a few customer cars that have like 300,000 miles on them. They have no problems with timing chain stretch. None whatsoever. I'm not saying that timing chain stretch does not occur. It's just due to the unique way that the boxer engine is set up. You got one chain for the right cylinder head and one chain for the left cylinder head. So there's not one big chain going all the way around that would stretch out and compromise the timing. So the engineers did good on that. I think it's time we get back to work. What do you think? I think the only time that I replaced timing chains on a Subaru engine, it was a 2005 Legacy with the EZ30. So that was a 3-liter 6-cylinder engine. And they were being replaced because we were doing head gaskets on it. And I just said, I was like, Mr. Customer, your car's 15 years old. We got 200,000 miles on it. While these chains, do not show any signs of chain stretch, because we're here and due to the age and the mileage, we encourage the replacement of it. And we're taking them off, so there's like no extra labor for putting them on. That person understood exactly what I was saying. And we put new chains and chain guides on. Alright, but it is time to start focusing and knock out this valve body because we burned in some daylight. I spent an hour getting where I'm at, goofed off with you guys for what, 20 minutes going through chat? So that's why I don't look at chat that much, because you guys are distracting. I love talking to you, but some of those questions, they can open up some good conversation. I like conversation, I really do. We're also going to be starting some new things with the channel right now. So if you haven't been following the channel, uh, stay tuned, check in, do all the little things that you're supposed to do by doing the subscribing thing. Oh, by the way, we're going to use an air ratchet now. And if you never heard one of these with earbuds in, it's going to get kind of loud. And for those of you who've seen this air ratchet before and kind of pointed out, they're like, hey, your paddle's on the wrong side. How'd you do that? Well, that's the uniqueness of this ratchet is I can swivel the head anywhere I want to make it offset from the paddle. So like that. This is a Mac tool ratchet. It is part number AR249RH. I'll leave it there. Like maybe you guys can get a screenshot of it if it focuses correctly. That is Alpha Romeo 2 49 Romeo Hotel. They don't make this anymore, so you're gonna have to find it on the second-hand market. Fantastic ratchet. I really wish Mac Tool would bring it back. I think they were foolish for getting rid of it, but then again, everyone's jumping on the cordless ratchet bandwagon. But I still keep my air ratchets around. I love my little air ratchets, especially that one. That little guy can squirrel into some nasty places, and it's got a lot of good torque on it. Alright, what's left on here? You gotta take that 10 off. I actually had to stop to think about what I was going to do for a second. I mean, it's been a long time since I've done one of these. Most of the other guys in the shop, they are pretty quick to jump on this job because this is a pretty good paying job to do. I don't blame them. I mean, even if this job was warranty, I would still do it. Because with all the special tools that I have now, like the weird swivels and the long extensions, I'll do this job for warranty every day. because it just pays good money. I think somebody was asking earlier, why don't we just replace the bad solenoid in them? You know, decades ago we did that, but now we don't anymore. And the part's not even in the parts catalog. I know that they sell the part on eBay, and I know some people have had good success with it, and some other people have not had good success with it. They've caused more problems. So it's a 50-50, and I don't like using parts that are going to give me a 50-50 outcome, unless it's my own car. If it was my own car and I needed a $800 valve body, and somebody was selling a $50 replacement solenoid on eBay, I would give it a shot. All right, same thing I'm going to do here. Just a little bit of engine cleaner. And then I'm going to come back with the brake clean. Those terminals are okay. Don't worry about them. Anything that could blow up and get inside that transmission, okay, to take care of that dirt. There is a crazy special tarp you're supposed to use. And if you've ever put this tarp on this car, you will spend like 30 minutes trying to put that tarp on here, only to have that damn tarp fall off. I hate that tarp. I used it once just out of curiosity, and I went, I'll never use that thing again. All right, again, loud noises. Good enough. Let's go ahead and get that lid open now. I think this is the pry bar I use. Yeah, so. There we go. No, that's just a basic lady slipper. These lids can be pretty feisty getting off if you just try and pick at them from the sides. See, this harness follows through here, and you can't pick it out without causing some sort of damage to the harness, so it has to stay intact. It has like one-way clips. It's not worth trying to defeat. If you have gotten it out, hallelujah. But we're going to disconnect our connector right here. If it wants to play nice. There we go. It played nice. And just kind of layer up there. Yay! Alright, so the bolts that we're going to be removing are these black ones. And then you're going to have this one and this one. If you forget that, don't worry. There's service manuals you can always reference. Or you can look at these numbers. Just remember the black ones have a 10 on them. These non-black ones have a 10. The rest of them say 8. If you're asking why I'm not just getting out a zippy gun and blasting these things out, the obvious answer is these little guys are metal. Well, aluminum's metal too. Sorry. We got some steel bolts going into an aluminum housing, and I just want to break them loose, and I want to feel good that they're not binding in there in any way whatsoever. Because, I don't know if somebody else has been in here and replaced this. There's no evidence of it. But I always act as if somebody else has been in there and maybe over-torque something, so now I could stop and take some preventative measures. I never encountered a problem with any of those binding coming out. But I always say, if you're aware of something that could happen, then it potentially could happen. Well, that's when Murphy likes to strike its best. Reverse, Joe, reverse. Just gonna get me a shop towel here. And I got some spill mats I want to use. Let me bring those in. 2 should be enough. So I was just using the cordless Matco Infinitum sealed head ratchet. A lot of words there. People have been asking on the channel if I like it, should they get one? And my response is, I am super happy with it. I'm just gonna temporarily put my throttle body back here. I started out with a Milwaukee cordless ratchet, and I think I purchased my first one in 2013, and it was good. It wasn't super powerful, but man, it was the future. I liked it, and I rocked that thing for a long time until I eventually upgraded to the Mac Tools cordless ratchet in 2017 because it just had a longer reaching handle. Didn't have any more power. It just got into some better places. And I loved that Mac Tools one, and man, 10 years later, I still, not 10 years later, but 7 years later, I still have it. And the original batteries are still kicking. It does a good job. About a year or so ago, the DeWalt brushless ones came out, and I was excited about those. So I told the guy, I'm like, yeah, give me some DeWalt ratchets. So I got me the 3/8 and the 1/4 inch, and folks, I just had a hard time with those. I didn't like them. I didn't like the brushless technology in it because the trigger mechanism was weird. It wasn't about breaking torque and then zipping it out. It was like just what I did here, where I broke torque and they were loose and I could walk them out by hand. No, I was like zipping stuff out and the motor would just turn off. DeWalt knew about it and they said it was a logic board problem, and they said, hey, we're going to fix it on the update when we come out with our new sealed head redesign. And I said, yay! And because the Mac Tools district manager knew that I was having some complications with mine, and I'd given the dude a lot of money. He said, hey, I'm going to take care of you. We're going to do a direct swap on those sealed heads. This is great. So he got me into the sealed heads. 2 weeks in, I said, they're doing the same thing, man. I don't like them. So he ended up just buying those ratchets off of me, and I went back to my old Mac Tools ones from 2014 for a while. And just a couple months ago, the Matco guy was like, hey, we got some new stuff, and I used it, and I go, are these brushless? And he says, no. I'll take one. I just don't like the brushless stuff. Alright, there we go. We'll put this old one right here. I'll send that to the scrap bin. Whoa. Okay. I spy with my little eye. One of these things is not like the other, folks. Let me get a light in here so I can see what's going on. There's two O-rings in here, and they control flow here for our primary and our secondary line pressure. All right? If you don't put O-rings there, your transmission don't work. Okay? And you'll be going back and doing it. So this one fell out of position because it was sticking to the valve body, most likely. Normally they just lay in their hole. I'm going to go see on the other one, see if it's stuck to the bottom. Whoo-wee! It is. Okay. Two O-rings. Yeehaw. I was scared there for a second that I was going to have to go fishing for an O-ring. That's only happened one other time. Going over to my box of parts, I got my new control valve body, I got my new gaskets, and I got my new O-rings. Make sure we got the right parts here. We should be putting in 200s, right? 2200 series O-rings. Yes. 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 So let's get some new ones in there. Now, one of the recommendations that we did make for this repair job is doing 100% fluid change on this transmission. As we explained the scenario that, it would not be good to spend all this money to put a $900 valve body in here, and then you're paying me labor to put it in, and still use the same old transmission fluid that has never been changed. Now, unfortunately, I understand the customer's predicament. This CVT fluid, it's not cheap. She runs about $15 to $20 a quart, depending on the brand and location you buy it. But You know, we made the recommendation, the customer declined it, we'll move forward with life, and so on and so forth. I'm sure somebody out there in the internet world is saying, I've never changed mine and it works forever. Well, hey, that's fine. That's you. But in the automotive industry, when you do this for a living, you have to give people this information so they can digest it and they can turn it down. I see we got some fresh people in here. You ask them what's going on. We're doing a control valve body on a Subaru Forester. This is a Gen 2 CVT, so that means that the control valve body is on top of the transmission. This is the one that I like to do because you don't have to drop an oil pan to get to it. I'm just gently gonna remove that little bit of gasket maker right there. Scrape away from where it could fall in. And yeah, if anybody picked up on what I'm using, it's a plastic razor blade because I don't want to damage the aluminum. These things are stupid cheap. They work really good. Now, the plastic razor blades that the local auto parts sell that are Titan brand, they suck. And they are stupid expensive. I don't know why they're so expensive. Like, they're literally selling them for almost $1 a piece. I get 1,000 of these for $9 off Amazon. All right, and then the gasket maker that I'm going to be using is 3-Bond 1215 low viscosity glue. And all we need to do is just put a little bit of a dot there. And a little bit of a dot there on the other side. That might even be just a wee bit too much. So I'll clean her up. Time to go finger painting. I still got plenty of time. We're still vacuuming down the AC system. For those of you who weren't here when we did the AC compressor, I really like to do a 60-minute vacuum down on the AC system whenever I open it up, because I've done some experiments on older vehicles, and when cars kind of hit the 10-year realm, I've noticed that I can get the AC temperature down 5 to 10 degrees colder when I do those very long vacuums, because we just need to burn all the moisture out of the system, so to say. I'm thinking to myself out loud, and I may or may not regret adding that glue now, because I still have to add my valve body to the situation. So I got to work fast and shut up here, because now that I've applied it, the clock is ticking. You know what? Screw it. I'm not going to chance it. Let me scrape that glue off now. I should not have applied it this early. Because you have to seal this system up within 5 minutes of applying. Let's not take a chance there, huh? Okay. Okay, we're going to be putting a new valve body in here. It is part number 31825 Alpha Alpha 055. But you should always reference these parts by your VIN number. Here's this big plastic tarp. It comes with the valve body. We like to save them as rain ponchos. When hurricane season comes, we pull them out of our toolbox and we use them as ponchos. At any given time, I keep them around. I have about 4 or 5 on hand at any given time, because they're just good for just having a plastic tarp, quite honestly, and it's a really good heavy-duty plastic. Now, when you get this new valve body, it is going to come swimming in fluid, okay? That's how it ships, so don't be scared and think that the part's been used. No, they soak it in fluid to protect it from corroding on the inside. It protects the parts. So when you go to put it in, make sure you don't spill anything all over your engine bay. Again, another reason why that tarp is pretty handy. But I like using these little piggy mats instead. Okay, so we're going to slide her in. Very careful not to drop it in. It settles in very nice. I kept my bolts here. Roll them up because I don't want to get them dirty. I'm going to give them a quick little spritz with some brake parts cleaner. And I'm going to use that transmission fluid that's laying in this bag, and I'm just going to give them a little bit of a soak. So that way they thread up nice. Because obviously that red rag I use, it's full of lint. I don't want lint in here. So I had one here. And this one up here. So our 2 off-color ones are installed first, and then we just drop in the rest. If you're kind of having, if you're thinking that the film on this is a little out of focus, I'm really sorry. For some reason, YouTube doesn't allow these vertical streams to be shot in 4K off your iPhone 15. I don't know why. I've been complaining about it because they're making us, they're peddling this vertical stream stuff more aggressively. Because I used to do all this stuff in horizontal mode, and you guys would get a higher resolution. And I'm really perplexed that the other people that's like Insta360 and GoPro, they haven't made a software update for their cameras for doing mobile live stream in vertical. I really don't get it. I mean, GoPro just keeps saying, yeah, we're working on it, but I don't have a lot of faith in that company anymore. Alright, so I'm just trying to make sure I grab threads with everything here. Everything's feel good. Alright. So I used to do a ton of recording and editing and posting, but truthfully, that takes a lot of time out of my day. And usually when I go home, I just want to sleep or read a book and call it a day. So I've just resorted to live stream. If you guys catch it on the live, you catch it on the live. And one day, when I make enough money, I'll be able to hire one of those people who keep bugging me to do all my video editing for me. Those people are sharks. I must get at least 5 emails a day of people being like, "We can make your stuff look better. We can do this." And then you look at their prices. Golly. I could hire a nanny for what they want to charge. And a lot of them, I've talked to some people on Reddit who have used some of the people who've been contacting me, and their contracts are really, really sketchy. A couple of the people that I almost went in the business with, or went in the partnership with, so to say, he was saying that he says, like, look on page 6 of the small print contract you sign. He says it says that they're allowed to re-edit, redistribute on different media channels and make a profit. And they can take your images and put them on merchandise, and pretty much if you didn't say that was something I want to do, then they can do whatever they want to make money off of you. Because there was, he says he hired them, and then within like a month, um, he said his members were complaining about the merchandise that they bought from his channel, like cups and T-shirts and socks. And he's like, "What? I don't sell that junk." And sure enough, he got on his own channel and he saw the advertisements for it right there on the bottom. And he said he didn't authorize any of that. So it took him a couple of months to get rid of those people. And that's not something that I'm looking to do. I'm not trying to profit off you guys. Okay, so I got to do a little homework on the side here. I can't remember the torque value for that off the top of my head, so I'm just going to look it up on my computer. It's probably going to be something like 6 Newton meters or something. But I'll find it really quick. While I'm looking for that, I will jabber on talking about what I wanted to talk about before I got my ADHD moment and had a panic attack. So some big movement for the channel is I am registering the channel with a learning network with CarQuest Auto. So CarQuest Auto Parts, who is partnered with Advanced Auto Parts, who is partnered with CTI Learning Institute. 3 different people, okay? A lot of different people. They're not, but they have some really, really good training programs, and I am going to be raffling off classes for you to take online. And these are some pretty cool classes. I've taken them myself. I was super excited to find out that these instructors, how knowledgeable they were. And these are actually working instructors too. So they have their regular day job. And then, okay, so I'm doing 9 Newton meters. Yeah, so they have their day job, and then in the afternoons they do these virtual training classes, which is pretty dope. I took some of them, and man, it gave me a whole lot of insight. So they had a Ford EcoBoost class, just all about Ford EcoBoost. They had a Duramax class. They had a Power Stroke class. I took a 8-day class on emission systems because it was every day was a different manufacturer's emission systems, and they went back all the way to the 90s. Super cool. But like the coloring books they give you is amazing. Like you get a PDF copy of a coloring book, and that's your textbook, folks. Sorry, I call any kind of student book you get, I just call it a coloring book, because if you are paying attention in the class, you better be taking notes and writing in the book. of what you're learning. But anyhow, so all these instructors, they're super smart, and they're working on current day technology, and they give a damn. They're not just some washed out guys who are trying to milk their retirement or something. What's really nice about their online learning course is they host them in all three time zones in the United States. So you get East Coast, West Coast, and Central. The online training sessions per day are 2 hours max, and a lot of times the instructors hung out like almost an hour after class, just BSing with students. So the classes start at 6, 7, and 8 o'clock at night, depending on the time zone that you're in. They run a maximum of 2 hours per day. So if you take a 6 hour online class, that means it's going to be spread across 3 days. But those instructors, they really, really got me excited about working on cars again, about diagnosing cars, and really understanding things. I probably had a total of 300 hours of training with them. So I'm really happy to integrate my channel into their learning program and get you guys there too. And they're excited to see you coming because I told them, I says, hey, a lot of my viewers, some of them are actual mechanics and they appreciate the shared knowledge. I says, but I have a lot of DIYers, some people that are just super curious and they want to know more. And they've never branched out to the DIY market. They've really focused on uh, training other technicians, but they're excited to get some DIYers in there. Uh, all the electrical classes are just amazing. And the cooler part is each one of those instructors, they like to stay in touch with their students. So if you guys if I send you to a class and you like it and you get hooked on it, you can actually buy your own individual subscription and you can go to as many virtual classes as you want a month. It's like $100 a month to be a virtual attendee, but you can go as much as you want. And that's what I did uh, for a couple of years. I'm just gonna double check them, folks, because I was running my mouth. I want to make sure I hit all these. Oh, see, I missed one. Okay, 9.63. It's okay. That one's good. That one's good. That one's good. So yeah, so $1,200 a year. Man, that I swear I must have gotten at least a 10-year education hanging out with those folks. And what was cooler was a lot of those instructors were they share their email address with you. So I was always forwarding them information of problems that I was working on, and they would give me some advice. I was being respectful, not to bug them all the time, but I would just be like, "Yo, hey, like I did this, and I came up with this solution," and he went, "Yeah, that's the right route." And sometimes the one that I was always talking to the most, he would say, "Okay, well, I see you figured it out with uh, an oscilloscope." He says, "See if you can do it with just a multimeter next time." He challenged me to use other tools, which I thought was cool. And I replied back and I was like, "Oh, so I can diagnose it with a multimeter?" He says, "Yep." Gave me some direction, and I was really happy to learn how to troubleshoot it with a different tool because, obviously not everybody has an oscilloscope to use. I understand oscilloscopes are expensive. You can get a $50 multimeter, but an oscilloscope, those things start at about $300-400, depending on your brand. Oh, get oak. And if you're wondering why I'm only putting the gasket maker in that little tiny area, it's because that's where there is a crease in the casting. So right here, this is one part of the transmission. Back here is another piece, and those are bolted together. So there's there's a seam there, and we're just adding a little bit of gasket maker to fill up that hole, so that way that CVT fluid doesn't weep out of here. Now, one of the annoying things about this new gasket and laying it down is it's always got kind of a little fun play to it. And we don't want it to bounce up because we want it to stay on those alignment pins. See how it popped up again? Should have left it alone, right? Should have left it alone. I'm sorry if it's getting a little bit dark in here. I just don't want to be fumbling around with a light that's knocking dirt into this. And I don't have any more headlamps. I used to wear them, but I was getting headaches from them because I would just wear them all day. All right, this is why I take the throttle body off, because it just gives me a much more cleaner way of getting in. And I am okay with doing an extra couple minutes worth of work to do something that much better. And if anybody's asking, yes, I'm going to clean this throttle body. Not being paid, I wasn't asked to, but I know that with this battery disconnected, this vehicle is going to need every little bit of help relearning and preventing a rough idle. It's one of the biggest comebacks that I see on this job with people that are doing it the first time is they neglect to clean the throttle body out. And some of these throttle bodies, they can be super coked up. They can be pretty coked up, and the engine, it's trying to relearn its idle, and that bit of coked up throttle body is just making it difficult for it to figure out what's going on. Subarus don't have a relearn process like Chryslers do and Jeeps do, where you would get a scan tool and you would say relearn throttle plate position. Theirs is done automatically by the engine computer, so there's just a basic key on. There's just a basic key cycle that you would do. Like if you wanted to have your engine computer reset the learned values of the throttle plate position, what you would do is you would disconnect your vehicle battery for 5-10 minutes, and then you would connect your battery, put the key in the on position for like 10 seconds, then put it in the off position, wait 10 seconds, put it in the on position for 10 more seconds, turn the vehicle, put it in the on position, I'm sorry, put it in the off position, and then start your vehicle. So it's like on, wait 10 seconds, go off, wait 10 seconds, on, wait 10 seconds, off, wait 10, and then you start it. And that that helps the engine computer relearn the min and max values of the throttle plate. And then once you do that, then you have to let your car sit and idle for 10 minutes. And if you're in the super extreme cold, like say it's maybe like freezing outside, you'll probably have to let it idle a lot longer because you have to wait for optimum engine oil and coolant to warm up to peak temperature. So if it's stupid cold outside and it can't get warm, you might have to bring it into a garage, get it out of the cold. That's why there's a lot of TSB updates. And so that's why there's a lot of computer updates for vehicles up in the north. And it's to address that idle relearn process in colder temperatures. So once we get all this done, folks, then I will have to start the vehicle up. I'll have to warm up the transmission fluid to about 130 degrees, and we're going to have to do a transmission relearn. The cool thing is, you don't need to own a dealer scan tool to do the transmission relearn. You can get any of those little Bluetooth scanners doing it now. The ones I recommend are the Top-Down Top Scan and the Think Diag 2. Those are the two cheapest ones. But almost every single full bidirectional scan tool is able to do the transmission relearn on these transmissions. It wasn't like that for a long time. It's only very recently, like in 2020, that the aftermarket industry was able to do this relearn. Don't quote me on that date, but it took a while. It took a while. Right. I'm just using my power tool here just to kind of run down these bolts. I'll come back with my hand tool and snug them up. These bolts don't have to be tight, super tight. They're really like 7 Newton meters. And it's kind of tricky getting a torque wrench in there. So you have to have a programmed hand to snug them up. You know, you wrench for a while, you get a muscle memory for what's snug. The way that I know this low torque value is I use just my one finger. So when I feel the pressure, I'm like, yep, that's it. Good. Get this one back on. Kind of feeling in a better mood now. Now that I've talked to you guys for a couple hours, I think I really just needed to have a little therapy. So thank you for listening to me. I'd like to say that if anybody is struggling with anxiety and problems in their life, I understand, counseling and psychiatry, that stuff's expensive. I get it. But if you're willing to read a book or listen to an audiobook, I do recommend a book called The Subtle Art of Not Giving a Fuck. It's a New York Times bestseller. And if you get the audiobook version of it, it's read by the author, and he's hilarious. And the whole point of the book, the message of the book, is basically to get you to stop worrying about other people's bullshit and not letting other people's problems burden you. Granted, it's great to help out other people, but you can really bring down your life trying to resolve other people's problems. And some people don't know that they're doing it too, they don't know that they're burdening you with problems. Uh-oh, running out of batteries. Well, I started with a half charge anyways, so let me trade out the battery pack now. Because it's just going to keep flashing every 30 seconds. But yeah, I listen to that book from my Audible account about once a year. I just schedule it to read. It's only like a 5-hour audio read, so not too bad. I like it a lot. Especially if you are a mechanic, a business owner, or an advisor. Definitely Definitely. You'll like that book. And the title sounds like it's going to be a book full of curse words, but it's not. It's just an attention grabber. Okay. Okay, let's put our transmission harness back together. I'm gonna have to repair this ground wire. Otherwise, the transmission's not going to work correctly. It's going to be very angry. So, be back in about 2 minutes. I got to go get some parts. All right, I'm back. Grab my electronic bag. Ratcheting compound crimpers. Must have. Titan. $10. Had those fuckers for 10 years. Done me proud. Now we can put this back. Wow. Yep. Okay. Yeah, I should use a smaller ratchet. Stop making fun of me. Alright, this is our breather hose. Want to make sure we route that correctly. Also, always check your breather hose and make sure it's not contaminated. It's full of mud, bugs, and stuff like that. And it gets oriented. I see a lot of people who do transmission replacements and they don't reroute the breather hoses correctly. And then those transmissions have problems later on because water got in them. Alright, so let's make sure we didn't leave anything the way we didn't want to leave it. I feel happy with all that. Click, click, tight, tight, tight. Let's clean this throttle body. If you're cleaning a throttle body and it's not easy to wipe off, you'll probably have to use a carb cleaner. and let it soak so that you can wipe it off. I've already pre-sprayed this one a couple times as I was working, so it would just be super easy to wipe off. If you do got to get any kind of abrasive in there, a Brillo pad is about as abrasive as you want to get, and even then you want to use caution with a Brillo pad, because some Brillo pads are very strong and some are not so strong. Okay, reattaching my water cooler line for my throttle body. And the vacuum is done on my AC machine. I just heard it beep. So I've had my AC system vacuuming down for 60 minutes. Not because I like the TV show 60 Minutes, but because 60 Minutes really purges out all that moisture out of the system. Some people will argue it, and I'll argue back. But I've made a lot of improvements to people's AC systems by just doing a really good dry on them. I was sharing a story early on in the chat where I had somebody's car that was about 15 years old, and they had the compressor replaced, condenser, evaporator core replaced. The system didn't have any leaks, but it just kept blowing like 60-degree air. So, and it was a really big AC system. Like that SUV had like 3.5 pounds in it, almost 4 pounds of Freon. So I told him to leave it with me for a few hours. I had an idea, and I wanted to just put a very long vacuum on it. So I put a 1-hour vacuum on the system, recharged it, and I told him, I said, look, I got 51 degrees coming out of the vents. And it blew their minds. All right. And how much Freon are we putting in the system? 500 grams. All right. So we're all good here. Throttle body's on. I'm ready to put my tube here. I got my ground bolt. I'm happy. Yep. Happy camper Joe. What'd I do with that damn snorkel? There it is. How late is it getting? Oh my gosh, it's 8:15. Well, that'll give me just enough time to warm this puppy up and do a transmission relearn. And go home. And while the engine's warming up, I can do go through chat and answer some stuff and talk to you guys. Because this puppy's... Oh, why didn't somebody say something? You guys, why didn't you say anything? You're supposed to be watching me. This is important. What am I thinking? I got my extensions. Got a nut on the other side. Gotta hold it. Now we put this on. Let's see if I got a clip for that. It was missing. I usually got a bunch of extra spares. Perfect. Let's get this battery problem situated. Somebody put the wrong group size battery in here. And not only is it the wrong group size, but it also has the positive and negative posts on the wrong side of the battery. And even worse, the store, who probably did the courtesy battery install, didn't even use the bracket. It was actually just laying here disassembled. So the whole time the battery's been sloshing around. Batteries don't like to be rattled around, you know? So we get a new one because it tested bad. But don't worry. That person said they're gonna take that battery back to the parts store and get their money back because it was replaced about 6 months ago. So one, they're mad that they got the wrong battery type. Two, they're mad because the posts are on the wrong side. And three, they're mad because, well, it wasn't installed correctly. But you know, that's what I call lowest bidder. See if we can get the koozie on here. There we go. Where is my little cleaning brush? I need to get a new battery terminal cleaning brush. My last one ate the dust. Oh, we got Sergio up in here. Hey, how you doing, man? He's already shutting down the chat. You guys are saying bad things. Don't be saying bad things. Thanks for helping out in the chat today, Mr. Sergio. I'm just trying to find out where my stupid whizzy wheel is at. I was all around the shop today doing other things. So I used my welding brush. It'll get the job done. So I might have left it on somebody else's workbench. She's got some crusties down in there. Let me see if I got some secret sauce to get down into the deep cracks. Ooh, I see some secret sauce. Here come all the trolls. Use hot water. Use boiling water. Use Coca-Cola. Well, one, I don't like sugary substances like Coca-Cola. Two, I don't have a fucking tea kettle. And I'm not going to wait 3 minutes to microwave boiling water. And lastly, this is on hand. I am content using this stuff. This is just a basic battery neutralizer, folks. So as it reacts, it foams. It loosens that stuff up. So if I don't see it reacting, then that means that's not battery corrosion, and I'm good. That's why I like using that, because it's a good identifier. Then it's water soluble, so I just use my little water bottle here with a little bit of dish soap in it. Clean it all up, and we're good. I had another apparatus, and I am too lazy to replace it. I swear to God, I'm just going to order one today on Amazon. I swear I'm going to order it. I've been saying I'm going to order it for 6 months, ever since my other battery cleaner worked. But I will tell you to cover your ears, turn your microphones down, and take your earbuds out. If you didn't listen to me, that's your own fault. Okay, so normally what I use to clean up all these terminals is I have one of these siphon cleaning wands. They're like $20. This one just got all crudded up with hard water, so it doesn't siphon anymore. For some reason, the old man in me said, "Oh, you can break it down and fix it." But the millennial in me needs to just say, "Bro, dude, it's like 20, $30 for a new one. Just buy a fucking new one." I really just need to break down and just get a new one. You know what I mean? If somebody wants to fix it and say they fixed it, you know what? Send me an email, and you can have it. All right? You pay for shipping and handling, and I'll send it to you. All right. So we're gonna moisturize this up with just a thin coat of Noax. Okay, then I like this pressurized canister one because I can do this trick. Just gonna inject a little bit into these cracks around the bolt. And there's a lot of hollow space in this positive side. So again, just fill it up so that anything that gets trapped in there, it won't happen anymore. But yeah, this is CRC dielectric. Really good stuff. If you're going to use it a lot, like I do, buy it in bulk. I get it in a 6-pack, and I get like a 2-for-1 discount. So if I buy 2, I get a third one free. I saw somebody else in the chat was making fun of me because I saw some sparks in the background. Yeah, that was my bad. That was my bad. I was not using my safety wrench. I was using my box wrench, which doesn't have an insulated handle on it. So when I went to go loosen it, I took a big swing and it went, and I made a welder. So that's why I like having wrenches with rubber grip handles, especially on battery terminals, so that mistake doesn't happen. If you wrench long enough, you'll make that mistake. You'll turn your wrenches into a welding stick by accident at least once. Okay, what am I looking for next? What am I looking for next? I am looking for my box of parts because the customer wanted a new battery tie-down bracket since they didn't like that this one was all corroded. And I am not seeing it. There's my box of parts. There it is. I'm gonna have to pick on my parts department in the morning. We wrote up a battery tie-down bracket kit. I got the bracket, I got the two J-hooks, but I didn't get any damn nuts. And the nuts are what is missing on this. So as General Patton famously said, nuts! I gotta go get some. I don't have any in my little cheater bin. Woo. Alright, I'm back. Got me some brand new nuts here. We have a kind of our own little hardware store of nuts and bolts, so it's good. We're getting new hardware. That's all that matters. If anybody out there is who works in the trade of mechanics, we call them the blue bin bolts, so you should know what that means. Windsor bolts. So the reason why this damn bracket never gets put back together correctly is because trying to spin down these nuts on these J-hooks with just a little socket and ratchet, you will spin those J-hooks out of position every single time, and it is frustrating as hell when you're trying to use your little Fisher-Price tool set at the Wally World. So your zippy guns is good. Alright, so that's good. You see a little bit of wiggle in there? I'm going to let it go. That's what I want, because I want this battery to have a little bit of room to swell up from heat. Yes, it does swell up, just like your foot in your tennis shoe. All right? If you tie your tennis shoe super tight and super snug, and then you try to go run, eventually your feet start hurting because the circulation's getting cut off because your feet are swelling up. Battery does the same thing. It doesn't swell up like a whole bunch, but it does swell up a little bit, and it's just because it gets warm. It gets warm from the engine bay. It gets warm from being charged and discharging. So this is good. See, like I'm trying to turn it left and right. It's not spinning, but this little bracket just has a wee little bit of wiggle in there, and that's what I want. Okay? Because what I see a lot of things that happen with these battery designs that have this little setup here is they get them super tight, and then when the battery does swell up a little bit, the lid of the battery will crack and it leaks out all the acid. I see it at least 3 or 4 times a week. It's just a really common mistake. Make sure, does my machine say those are safe to remove? No, they don't. They are still evacuating the pressure in these lines. The cool thing is, I get to save the customer $10 because, see, I found their service caps. Somebody had worked on this AC system before, and they dropped the caps down here. And those AC service caps are really important. If you ever look inside of them, there's actually an O-ring in there. And that's to keep the straighter valve clean. That's to keep the service port clean, because you don't want stuff in there junking it up. There we go. And it acts as a gasket barrier too. All right, metal. Stupid cool. Let's do a test start. Make this car happy. I'm just gonna make sure my engine oil's good. Yeah, she's got some engine oil in her. We're gonna have to get her a wee lifted up here. Ugh. Yeah, my floor isn't level. I hate it too. Yep. safe. See, you got to make sure that the paws are facing each other. You don't want them to go the same direction. That's bad. The car could fall. Seen her happen. People line them up in the same direction and they're working and jerking on the car, and then this thing goes, boo, like that. Sometimes you get lucky and the car falls on the legs. Scares the crap out of you. That person will go home and buy new pants. Alright, she's off the ground. Give it the rock test. Feels good. Alright, we set her on the locks. See here, what tool are we going to use today? So we got this one can do relearn. This is the launch. That's the CRP EPT Bluetooth one. But I think we're going to play with no snap-on today. Where's the other one at? Did I leave it in the car? Oh, scan tool, where are you? It's not in this car. Where are you? Well, that sucks. I wanted to use the other one today. Now, if I was clumsy and I left something somewhere, where would I leave it? Ooh. Okay, one more gander. Yeah, it's a mess here, guys. I just did like huge, like big overhaul, so I got a whole bunch of warranty boxes I got to take back. That's why they're on the ground, is because they can't get thrown away. Those parts have to get checked back in. See, I'm looking for that guy right there, but he's not in his case. I used it on another car, so... Oh well, we're using this. We need to get some work done. Okay, and... we got power. Please power up. All right, it's gonna power up. I'll take the tablet with me so I can read some chat. I would show you how to do this with the cell phone, but I've already done that a couple of times on some longer content videos, so you can go look them up on my channel. I have an edited version of replacing this valve body already. All right. I gotta climb up in here. All right, let's get our throttle body relearn going on. Off. on. And we're just doing a throttle body relearn. All right. So when we do the valve body replacement, you may or may not get a check engine light, and you may or may not get a flashing ATF light. So we're going to go to Intelligent Diag. Nope. I know why she's a little bit angry. Does anybody know why the car is a little bit angry and why it has a check engine light? Huh? Anybody want to guess? Who wants to guess what I did? I bet you it needs one of these. Let's see if I can sneak her in. It doesn't really hurt anything, folks. It just makes the check engine light and the accelerator pedal don't work. Damn it, I can't reach because the car's in the air. Come on. There we go. Click. Back in the air with you. On the locks. Get back up in this beast. Alright, so let's clear this code out. Let's see if I can. Well, let's just stay right here. There we go. You guys can see the screen, what's going on. So it means I'm gonna have to do my throttle relearn all over again. Yeah. Okay, we're gonna go to system selection. Go into that engine. And clear fault memory. Yes. Turning this switch on with engine off. Yep. Okay, turn her off for 15 seconds. What? Who threw some green out there? And you a nice guy. I gotta get on the tablet to see the chat. And that is now stuck on the steering wheel. Oh, damn, Sergio's correcting me. Patton didn't say nuts, General McAfliff. Sorry, dude. Uh, I guess I watched the wrong war movies. So points to you. Where is it? I saw it. Dude, Brett Way. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir, for that donation. All that stuff goes back in the channel so I can help you guys learn and experience car repair. All right. So we're going to do a key on for 10 seconds. And then we're going to shut her down for 10. So basically, every time we go key on, the throttle plate goes max, minimum, and then goes to an idle open. We do that a couple of times, then we start the car. Yeah, Michael says my bay is a disaster. Hell yeah, man. Have you seen what I've been working on the last 3 days? I don't have maids here. Nice. All right, so let's go to our tool here. We're going to go to transmission. Special function. And we're going to go to AT learning mode. Now, I'm going to tell you this. If we're going by the book says you should clear AT learning. And then once you clear AT learning, then you got to do rear differential inspection mode to get to this. Okay, so clearing out your learning means that you're going to clear out your rear diff. Now, I want to point this out because this is from my experiences and observation. The rear diff is an open differential. And when you're doing a rear differential inspection mode, the TCM is looking at the rear left and the rear right wheel speed sensors to make sure that the tires are turning equally within like 1 mile per hour of each other. Because of the open diff setup, if the gear fluid is super nasty and never been serviced, it can make the spider gears transfer the power a little bit incorrectly. Also, the customer needs some rear brakes and they're kind of low. The brakes, when they're super low, like in the 3 and 4 millimeter range, they can drag on the rotors a little bit because the rotors have a little bit of run out on them, and they'll catch, and it will keep making this rear diff inspection fail. Lastly, you see them big ass wheels? I mean, you probably can't. You see? This dude has 15-inch rims with 75 millimeter tall sidewalls. Yeah, no, I'm not going down this rabbit hole, okay? We're just going to go straight into AT learn mode, and that's it. All right, so right out the gate, it's going to say turn off all our loads. So we're going to turn our blower motor off. We're going to turn our headlights off. If we had eyesight up here, we would have to disengage the collision system. We want to remove as many loads as possible. Okie doke. We hit OK. Now it says that we need to go into a warm-up mode for our transmission. And so it says our current temperature is 34 degrees Celsius, and it wants to have 40 to 65 Celsius. Now I'm going to take advantage of the situation while we're in the warm-up cycle, because it's okay to mess with the loads right now, but when we're doing the transmission relearn sequence, you can't have the blower motor on. I'm going to turn this blower motor on and get the AC cycling because I need to get that compressor oil going through. All right? So, in the meantime, let's go through some chat and see what's going on. Kevin's doing math for me. Only 3 inches of sidewall. I don't know, Kevin. Should we go Should we go measure it? Should we? God, hang on. The damn backpack strap got stuck on the steering wheel and I'm all ticked off. Let's go check her out. Ugh. Well, that's a pretty tall sidewall. I mean, that's my hand. 235, 75, 15. This is a big tire, dude. That's a lot of sidewall. I think that might be, I think right here might be 3 inches. I think you gotta add a little more inches to that. Where's my tape measure? Here's my tape measure. Yeah? That's a tall sidewall, folks. Okay, Brittany Jones. Anyone have thoughts on this? I don't know nothing about Subaru, and it's my first Subaru. It's a 2014 Crosstrek. Oh, okay. You've been saying some more. Okay, so Brittany's saying she has a 2014 Crosstrek that was running fine, and I got on the interstate. I had to go home, and the oil temp came on along with the hill climb assist, light, ABS, blah blah blah. Someone told me it was a transmission control module. I'm going to say no. Anyone who can't afford a transmission, coolant spray, blah. All right, so, hey, Brittany, first thing you need to do is you need to get yourself someone to scan your car and see why that ATF light is flashing, okay? So I'm assuming that's what you said right here. The oil temp came on. All right, so the lights on your gauge cluster up here, you have one for oil level. It's the same light that'll represent oil pressure and oil level, and it's red. You're going to have another one that's amber, and it's going to say AT temp, okay? That's for your automatic transmission temperature. Now, that'll flash if there's a problem wrong with your transmission or if your transmission's overheating, okay? Let me make sure you didn't say it was flashing. Okay, so the light just came on. That's important. So if the light comes on and it stays solid, it means that there's a code that you need to read on the transmission computer. If it's flashing, that's bad. Okay, that means that it's overheating. You need to shut your car down and let it cool off. I'm willing to bet, I'm going to bet dollars to donuts. I'll bet somebody a membership. You have a code for a lockup duty solenoid. Yes, I noticed the bottom hose was slightly collapsed. Oh no. Yeah, Ms. Brittany, you need to get your car into a shop. You need to get it looked at. I would not bother. I would not go to a auto parts store and get one of those little free scans. But I'm really hoping. I'm seeing that you're talking about this collapsed hose. I'm kind of worried about the description of that. The bottom hose was slightly collapsed. I don't want to. I don't want to know that. Yeah. If okay, so with just an AT light on, you might just need a control valve body. That is an expensive repair, unfortunately. It's about a $900 part, and it's about $400 to have it installed. But if you have a coolant hose that is not round anymore and it is now squishy like that, that's a bigger problem. You need to get it to a shop. You need to make sure you don't lose your engine. Also, the shift lock is punched out. That will cause anything. Whoa, you got something going on with the car. All right, hey, let's move on right here. We are all warmed up now, folks. So I got to turn my blower motor off. Okay, let me put the tablet aside so I don't get distracted. We follow the on-screen instructions with the tool. Okay, sorry if it's not going to focus. Lift up the vehicle, put the parking brake on. Check. Okay, turn the ignition switch off. And yes, you do have to have the vehicle, you have to have all four wheels off the ground. Okay, start engine. It's okay. Start engine, turn off eyesight if equipped. So if we had an eyesight equipped vehicle, we would have to turn off the pre-collision warning, all right? Because we're going to do a forward momentum driving and the eyesight's going to be engaged and it's going to go, holy crap. Now, when we're in AT learning mode, our light's got to flash for that focus. Okay, that says AT oil temp. Okay, fully press brake pedal. Once engine speed gets stabilized, select the D range. Okay, so doing this one-handed sucks. Okay, let's go back in AT learn mode, go to OK. Lift the vehicle, put on parking brake, OK. Turn off. I have to restart again because I was pointing over here. The session timed out. You have to follow these instructions without goofing around. Otherwise, it's going to kick you out of the learn mode. Okay. Oh, no, I did it correct that time. It keeps kicking me out. What's going on? We got to troubleshoot this. Okay. Off, on, AT learn mode. Okay. What is it not liking? Log in. Okay, we're just going to log back into the vehicle. Area select, North America. Yes, sir. Okay, we're going to do system select. We're going to go to our transmission. All right, let's go to special function, AT learn mode. Okay, we're in all these parameters. Lift up vehicle, put on parking brake, check. Click OK. Turn ignition switch off. This happens sometimes. Okay, start the engine. Okay, click OK button. Fully depress the brake pedal. When the engine stabilizes, select the D range. Okay, stabilized. Oh, I hate this. Okay. this can be doing this for another reason. So we're going to go back, and I want brake control module. And get this trash bag off my shifter here. I want to go to data stream. I want to look at my brake light switch. Pressure sensor output. Yep, let's see what that gives me. Perfect. All right, I like that. Okay, that's reading in bars. Can I read it in... Well, it's good to give it to me in bars. Let's go ahead and graph those two. And I want to combine them. So when I step on the brake light switch... Hey folks, you see this right there? I think that might be what's going on here. I might have a brake light switch that isn't reading well. So it's changing state up here, but that should go up and down. This might just be a malfunction of this tool, okay? Because it's reading on off, and I trust that that's working correctly, but it should also, see it has this number scale right here, and it should have a, instead of having a 0 through 1.2, it should be saying on off. So what I'm looking for, when I'm looking at this, I don't think my brake light switch and my brake pedal is aligned correctly. Let me check my brake light switch. And oh yeah, that might be the problem right there. Okay, let me look at the... Yep. Okay, so I'm tapping right here. That little bit of movement that I'm doing. Just a small little movement. That's not turning on the brake lights. So the brake light switch adjustment is off by, man, like a millimeter. And what's happening is the transmission control module, let me turn this down so I don't overheat my transmission. If I overheat the transmission, then it has to cool off, and I'll have a delay and reprogramming. So basically, when this turns on, it has to sync up with the pressure output right here, but there's a delay. And because there's a delay, the transmission's getting mad because that is wrong. So let's fix it. You guys see what's going on? I need you guys to see what's going on because I'm using the phone as a light source. I'm gonna need a 19 millimeter. Not a 19 millimeter, I need a 14 millimeter box wrench. Which means that whoever did this recall didn't check their work. See, there was a brake light switch recall on this car. And man, so we're just gonna go for it right about there. I even think that's still too much. There is a measurement process for this, but I've done so many of these that I can feel for it now. Alright. Alright, so power on. I'm going to touch the pedal. Much better. I want to have that much movement there. We need to do it with the car on. I need to have vacuum pressure for the brake boost. So the idea of the brake light switch, the idea of that brake light switch is when you gently tap the brake pedal, okay, you just rest your foot on it like that. That should turn on your brake. That should turn on your brake lights. Even though you're not applying brake pressure yet to stop your vehicle, that's the help signal the people behind you your intent to stop. Now this is just out of calibration. Or we could have a bad one since it's been riding out of calibration for so long. There's a lock washer on the back of this. I just have to be very careful not to break it. Yes, 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 you're angry. Okay, I'm gonna try that. Let's get in this damn car. Let's log back into our vehicle. No, I don't want a system scan. I want a system select, transmission. Special AT learn mode. Okay. Turning this off. Okay, start the engine. Then press OK button. Okay, once engine speed gets stabilized, after starting the engine, select the D range. Selecting D range. Man, we got kicked out again, folks. It's not happy about something. Okay. I want a different scan tool for proof of concept. So you guys chill out here. We're gonna get the big boy scan tool on there. And the reason why I want my big boy scan tool is because it's gonna let me see a couple more things that this little guy doesn't. But unfortunately, I can't let you see this screen because it's got information on there that's not privileged for you. So sorry. I don't want to get in trouble and get the channel shut down, so deal with it. All right, log in. Each system. Let's look at this brake light switch really quick. Okay, and I want to do a graph. Yeah, let's see what that looks like. Good. Scale. Perfect. This is what I wanted to see. All right, so I got to adjust the brake light switch a little bit more, I think. I didn't think it needed this much adjustment, but I guess it does. All right, so we're going to do it blind in the dark. I need my elbow space. As much as I've goofed around with this brake light switch, I am surprised I just haven't taken it out and put it back in and started from scratch. I don't know why I'm trying to work with somebody else's trash. Right. Start the process again. All right, let's just roll with that. Target each system, transmission. All right, turning off vehicle for training mode. Fully depressed brake pedal. Going to drive. Okay, so I'm getting kicked out of this one too. Alright, so come here, my little helpers. I need your flashlight. And let's check out this brake light switch. I don't like it. It's bothering me. Okay, so I'm good. Disconnector. I'm gonna just take it all the way. Lefty loosey. Glasses are fogging up. I can't see. You guys probably can't see too. There we go. I knocked you over. Sorry. There's too much junk in the way. I got these computers down here. Alright, so that's nice. One. Reconnect. Let's get some power. Okay. Start our car. Don't step on the glasses. Alright, if I don't get it this time, I'm gonna go home and cry. Well, not yet. Like I said, you guys can't see that. Secret squirrel stuff. You can look at that one all you want. So, okay, let's go put on parking brake. Check. Okay, turning issues. Oh. Well, I mean, if I don't get it this time, then I guess I'll clear everything out, which I don't want to, because I don't want to go through the problem of the rear diff relearn. I don't want to do a rear diff relearn with this stupid tires on here. Dang it! All right, I see one more thing. There's one more thing. Let's go check it out. And unlock. Okay, one more silly thing that it could be. And I don't think I've ever experienced this, but why not? We need this, and we need this. Maybe I need this. So this car also needs a brake light bulb. Okay? This one's out. Stay. I got 17% battery left. So, the transmission control module also looks at your brake light voltage drop. And if the voltage drop across these brake light bulbs is off due to that bulb being burnt out, maybe it's getting angry. We don't know. But I've seen weirder things cause the relearn to get kicked out. And one of the things that I know from troubleshooting the relearn procedure, which is not, this stuff is not in the book, by the way. It's not even in our schoolhouse books either. So I know from experience and troubleshooting that if the brake light switch is out of adjustment, it'll kick you out of relearn. I've never done a relearn with a brake light out, so this will be a first, and I'm kind of curious. I'll also be very angry if that's what this is. So, brake lights installed. Ugh. Let's see what she does. Stay. Steering wheel straight. Turning power off. Start engine. Press OK. Brake pedal fully pressed. Once engine speed gets stabilized. Okay. It's stable. Select D. Okay, it still ended abnormally. Son of a... Okay, now I'm going to do what I didn't want to do. And I'm going to clear out the learning value. Let me turn the flashlight off, save some battery here. We're at 15%, folks. 15%. This is annoying. Something in the detecting criteria is causing a problem. I need to know what it is. Okay, that brake light switch is working correctly now. I like it. Okay, I'm going to do a scan. Just for grins and giggles, I'm going to make sure that there's no DTCs or history codes hiding in this car that could be causing a problem. I don't know why I didn't check that in the beginning, but little things like that can screw up a programming. And again, I'm sorry I can't show you the tool that I'm using. It's confidential. But normally I've never had a problem programming with this. There's something wrong. There's something obstructing the learning from happening. And unfortunately, this does happen about 1 out of 100 transmission relearns that we do on these Subarus. There's something weird that you gotta filter out and find out what's going on. Like I said, I had one that wouldn't do a transmission relearn because the gear oil in the transmission was just so shot, it was pissing off the spider gears. I had another one because it just had bad rear brakes. There was too much run out on the brakes. Okay, so there is a lot of historical stuff in here. Really, why is there CAN bus problems in this car? I don't like that. There should not be any CAN bus abnormalities in here. Yeah, so just to kind of go over things that I found, um, I've had transmission relearns that wouldn't work because the brake light switch was out of adjustment. Somebody installed it incorrectly during the recall. That's a really common one now because of the recall for the brake light switch. Um, Rear brakes with a lot of run out on them, that can cause a problem. So there was, I had to machine the brakes, or I had to machine the rotors, just because the run out was catching on the brake pads and it was transferring power back and forth between the left and right rear wheel because it's an open differential setup. Uh, I had another one where I had dirty rear diff fluid, and again, it was causing the spider gears to transfer power incorrectly because you need to have both rear wheels spinning at the same time. Now, that's a Gen 1 setup. This is a Gen 2. I got the parking brake on, and I got my foot on the brake pedal, so it doesn't need that. It's doing a pressure readout. But obviously, if I got some historical codes in here clogging things up, the confuser can make a bad decision. So let's see if I got rid of all this trash. Okay, no more trash. Let's go back into my transmission, see what happens. Lift up vehicle, put on parking brake. Okay, turn ignition off. I had another one where the G sensor in the vehicle was bad too. So the vehicle didn't think it was level. Okay, once engine speed gets stabilized, we're looking good. Carrying out D-range learning. Yes. Yes. This is good. All right, so it was just all the trash stuck in the computers. I took it for granted that the computers would have been wiped because I had the battery disconnected for like 2 hours. Oh, this is humiliating. But that's what you get for taking things for granted, I say. We got to learn from this. That's all we can do. All we can do is learn from this. Hallelujah. We got a working transmission. Start the engine. Press the OK button. AT learn normally ended. Beautiful. Amazing. Okay, so I'm so sorry that you didn't get to see it with this tool, but if you go to the channel, okay, you go to my channel, I do got videos. They're free to view. They show me using this tool, and I got some YouTube shorts showing how to use it with the pocket scanners. It is possible, so we just have to understand how we got to troubleshoot around the learning. Um, I had a lot of garbage code stuck in here for network failure, battery voltage irregularities that should have all been cleared for having the computer disconnected for so long. But hey, I I can only kick myself in the balls for that, but I'm going to take that as a learning opportunity, and from now on, I'm going to do a full system scan, and I'm going to clear it out regardless if I see anything. Okay? So take that learning lesson that you just witnessed from me. I've been doing this for 10 years, folks. You know, you'll still always trip over anthills, okay? And them little ants are vicious. When they get you, they get you. Let's check out chat, see how it's going, because I still need to let this car idle for a little bit and see what's going on. Man, you guys are talking about something. What are you guys talking about? Backcountry Cards, he's asking if I do not read the chat. Hey, I bounce in and out of the chat. Um, when I do these watch me work videos, it's literally just watch me work. And about every so often I jump in and I answer some chat when I take a drink of water. So I'm very sorry for that. Don't take offense to it. I do host regular streams where I'm at home and I will interact with chat. I don't have a moderator to answer questions for you, so very sorry. But as you can see, I got a little tablet here and I see my chat going on. So I'm there for you, bro. Oh yeah, if you would have read the comments 20 minutes ago, hey man, you know what this live stream? This live stream is all about discovery and struggle, okay? Discovery and struggle. So it's you can be Captain Hindsight all you want, but discovery and trouble. Oh, Fluffy's playing Call of Duty. Uh, I'm gonna butcher your name. Jackois asking if I replaced the valve body for a coat. Yes, I had a lockup duty solenoid failure for the torque converter. It was out of specifications. It's a really, really common failure on this valve body assembly, unfortunately. And it goes out at about 100,000 miles religiously. So if you have a Subaru that's between 2010 and 2018, and it's creeping on 100,000 miles, and it's never had a valve body replaced on the transmission, I guarantee you it needs one. It's coming. It's coming. Unless you've been changing your CVT fluid every 30 to 60,000 miles, depending on how much load you put on the transmission, then you'll be all right. Because the solenoid is wearing out a lot due to heat stress. Because you got to remember this fluid also helps with um, cooling down products. It's taking away heat from products that are heating up. And as the oil breaks down and it gets old, it can't do its job too much anymore. Backcountry cards. They make replacement solenoids. Yeah, I've seen those on the eBay and a couple of other parts websites. I grabbed one and I used one as an experiment just to get a Weiss Friends car going. I think we paid $80 shipped for the sensor. Wasn't too hard to install. You do need to have a little bit of awareness training when you're tearing down a valve body because you got to tear down the pancakes. So if you've never torn one down before, you can get yourself in a jam. I know that there's people selling refurbished ones on eBay for like $250. That's your decision if you want to get one. Um, but yeah, it's like in my shop, we're not permitted to replace it. We can only replace car parts from our vetted vendors. Vetted vendors. So if you want to go to another shop that's okay with using a vendor outside of our vendors, that's all right. And some people get away with that. I don't dismiss it. It's just that at the tier level of repair shop that I'm in, we have rules that we have to follow with the car parts that we have to use because that's how we honor our warranty. We will not sell a car part from a vendor that will not adhere to our warranty guidelines. And one of our warranty guidelines is if a part fails after install, let's say I bought this solenoid, okay? Let's say I bought this solenoid and 10,000 miles later the customer comes back and I got the same code. We need to be able to warranty that out on the spot, no questions asked. Okay? We don't need to do this whole call an 800 number, open up a case, return it, get another one. Nope. We get another one on the spot. That's how it works, and then we will resolve the refunding issue later. So if you don't adhere to that, because we process through so many cars a day, we go through like 60 cars a day. You can't sell parts to us. That's just how it works. So we only get car parts from O'Reilly's, CarQuest, and Subaru of America. So it's nothing personal. It's nothing personal. It's just when you're turning over a lot of cars, you can't lose shop time trying to play tit for tat with a small parts vendor. How much was the scan tool? Jason, yes. Okay, so this launch tool right here. Okay, this is the CRP EBT 9 or CRP 919 EBT. It's actually a really good deal. Let me go ahead and bring up the Amazon. CRP EBT. No, 919. Because I'm told through my sponsor it's going to go on sale. Okay, so we have the Launch X431, which is the CRP 919 EBT. Okay. There's a couple of stores that sell it. They're from the same people, okay? So right here, I got one for $428. Okay, we got $107 off because they're getting pumped for Prime Day, folks. It's from an actual launch store. That's good. So here's what I'm going to do for you. We're going to get the link. Get the link. Okay, copy. Let's go back to our chat. Let me see. Will that post? Oh, too many fucking characters. Okay. All right, so it grabbed out. There's too many characters. Let me just cut it down to the hyperlink. There you guys go. All right, so there's a link. It's in the chat feed. I'm also going to go here. Let me see if I can look at the live stream from here. Nope. That sucks. The tablet's a little limited what I can do with my live stream on the fly. But when I shut down the viewing, I'm going to put the link in the description, and then I'm also going to put it in the video comment section. So you got live chat, and then you got video comments. So when I turn off the stream, it'll enable the comments. All right. But hey, everyone. I want to thanks for hanging out with me today. You guys have been super troopers. Some of you have been here from the very beginning. This thing's been going on 4 hours. Magnificent. Yeah, it's been on sale for the last couple of days. It's probably going to be on sale all the way through Prime Day, but be aware that this company launch, that sale is pending the amount of units that they have, okay? So don't wait too long, because when they run out of units, then they you can't get the deal anymore. So last time they did one of these lightning sales, they said this deal is eligible for the first 200 people. And I like this one because you still have your native Android app in the background. You can do quick photos. See? I'm going to go ahead and delete it. It does auto updates. It's got my Gmail on there, so I can email off reports. This thing's been a really, really good trooper. I'm really happy with launch equipment. Super, super happy. You get 2 years of free updates out of the box, and then after that, it's 99 bucks a year. Most people, after they expire their 2-year updates, they end up just selling the tool off to a friend for a couple $100 because within 2 years, there's a fancier tool out that gives you 2 more years of free updates. There's expandability on here too. So there is a battery tester on here. There we go. Testable modules. You can do a screen recording on here, access your Gmail, you got your internet browser, you got file management. The team viewer, that is in case that you are having problems with the vehicle. You click on team viewer and somebody remotes into your tool and helps you out with any kind of settings. And sometimes they'll run the screen recorder to see what you're doing, and then they kick it up to their engineering team and they try and sort things out. We can do a video scope. We can do, this is the battery tester, and then you can do TPMS reprogram. All super cool stuff, folks. But I got 9% car battery, and I got to go home. Here he goes. Iron Fist, Leadfoot. What do you say? Let me get in here. The issue I had with the X431 is when it came to programming ECUs and BCMs, is the support was in Chinese for programming Chrysler, unfortunately. But Launch Tech USA is Amazon isn't authorized dealer. Okay, all right. Let me read that again. The issue I had with the X31 is when it came to programming ECUs and BCMs, body control modules, is the support was in Chinese for pro. Okay, so your language was off. Okay, unfortunately. But Launch Tech USA is Amazon isn't authorized. Cool. I got it. I know what you're saying now. that is a unfortunate accident that can happen when they're making this tool for a whole different regions of the world. Obviously, launch is a Chinese scan tool, okay? Um, but in those situations, that's where you would come over here to your team viewer and you would load into the team viewer and you would let them know that the language in that menu was off. I had a similar problem too on the Think Diag 2. I was doing a transmission relearn and it obviously was the the instructions were obviously dumped into a Google Translate and the grammar was all messed up, the letter spacing was messed up, the spelling was messed up. So I just pulled up TeamViewer and I said, "Yo guys, fix that." And it was fixed within like a monthly update. So sometimes they get an update out super fast. Sometimes it takes about a month. But you know, I that's all the best I can speak for it. Okay, will the launch put my electronic parking brakes in service mode? Yes, it will. This tool will put it in service mode, and so will its lesser expensive brethren. Think Diag 2. Think Diag 2. All right, so it's 159 with a $30 coupon today, so that puts it in so $130 range. This is a fantastic starter tool. Let me dump that in the chat for you guys. Come on. I gotta delete all this advertisement out of it. There. Okay, so that second link is for the Think Diag 2. So this one you'll notice is just a dongle box right here. This one I prefer to recommend because there's a Think Diag 1 and there's a Think Diag 2. The difference between the two is the Think Diag 2 can do the high-speed cans, the CAN FD, and that's what all late model cars are using, especially if you're doing Chryslers, Fords, and GM. You really want to just shoot for this one, call it one and done. It's on sale with a coupon right now for $130. It will do all your programming. It'll do everything that this does, all right? But you need to Bluetooth it to uh, an iPhone device or a Android device. You can use a tablet, you can use your cell phone, whatnot, and it'll mimic everything that this does. As far as all your service modes and all your programming, it's great. The only thing that it lags a little bit on is if you want to graph out something. So if you want to look at PID numbers all day, that's fine. But if you're like, hey, I want to graph out my O2 sensors, not so much. A little bit on the slow slide. I'll use this one if I'm going to do O2 sensors. So, whew, you guys got me winded. I'm hungry. I'm thirsty. I'm going to cut you off here where it's at. I'm just going to wait. Oh, gosh, you guys keep asking questions. Who's this Igor? My memory seat button stopped working on my 2017 Outback car after car battery was replaced. Would this tool help me get it working again? No, that tool will not help you get your seat memory working um, on your car. Okay. Replacing the car battery on a Subaru will not affect your seat memory functionality. It will erase the positions, so you'll have to reset the seat positions for function 1 and function 2. But if those are not working, then you got a problem and you need to get that addressed. You could have a a seat module problem, or there could be a requirement that is not being met by your vehicle for it to move the seats properly. That'll be an in-depth explanation, and I'm too tired to get into it. I'm so sorry. But we can hook up later. Just, okay, your buttons don't respond at all. Not a problem. Igor, go to my channel, get the email, and we'll talk in email, okay? Uh, but I'm here for you. I'll help you out. Just gonna wait for the chat to time out a little bit. So anybody else that was listening, and I'll do my sign off. How's my battery life? 6% battery, folks. 6% battery. Okay. All right, everyone. Thank you very much for being with me here today. I'm super tired. I'm super hungry. I'm super thirsty. I've been talking a whole lot of time. If you got questions or concerns about how to work on your Subarus or maybe just another car in general, you can just email me. Okay, go to the channel. There's my email. Send me an email. If I don't know how to help you, I'll point you in the direction of another content creator that works on that platform to help you out. Okay, so peace.